The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. Their grouping will become known as a psalm, and together they become psalms. Let me show you our Creator's 12 commandments, listed in Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Any father of a family or his wife who did not obey any one of these 12 commandments, our Creator demanded they bring him a sin offering. Thus, our Creator defined the word sin as not obeying any one of these 12 commandments. Next, I want to show you how I changed one word in Exodus 26, verse 26, the word bars to arches, and the words now reveal the style of the roof for our Creator's tent for meeting with Him. Let me show you the translator's words from the preface of the 1611 King James Bible. They gave 4 reasons for themselves or others to edit the Bible's words. The red arrow at the top points to their 3rd reason to edit the text. By the light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. The next red arrow down points to them giving the title, the Divine, to a clerk named Gregory. The next block of words, they point out they were happy that the first emperor of Rome established the year to the course of the sun. Behind this text means Nebuchadnezzar ordered his kingdom to follow our Creator's calendar when he stopped eating grass. Did you notice the letter S in sun is capitalized? This is to give respect to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Have you seen the Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican's front yard? The last arrow points to your reward for studying the Bible. Your reward is to have a fellowship with the saints and participation of a heavenly nature that will never fade away. There is no such thing as nature to a truthful Christian. Our Creator created everything. By their own words, they were not seeking to know our Creator or Jesus. Not everyone has the knowledge to correct every word. I have an old Bible program that has the New American Standard Bible 1977 concordance to help find a better word. Their concordance has the number of times they use that English word in a parenthesis for that Hebrew word. The translators removed his name, YHVH, to put in 2 titles, Lord and God. I replaced those titles using the letters Y and V as his name. For the Hebrew language does not have a J, O, or W. By using these 2 letters, I am closer to the truth than anyone using J, O, or W for his name. So why is there a single letter O in the Hebrew text 1,095 times? No proper English was used? The blue highlighted text is text that I am removing. The red highlighted words are little words that I'm adding. Gray italic words are words that I added. To respect and honor our Creator, all capital letters in purple are our Creator's words. This is Jesus' prophecy, for I am revealing the first writer's words to tell you the true truths about Jesus. As the text is revealed, you can taste the writer's style of wording. Their words will take your belief to trusting our Creator. You will be watching prophecy before your eyes as I edit true truths back into their psalms. Okay, I guess we're ready to go here. I was getting prepped for the rest of the day here. This will be Psalm 79, and the blue text here with the parentheses is text that has been added to the Bible. They say that is found in other manuscripts, but we know that they're just a lie. That is, if you've been following me, you'll find that the word psalm is actually what I'm going to find, and the description is above my head that tells you how to find the hidden formats. So I'm first going to go through here and find the shortest verses I can, and then I'll try to group them, and then I'll start editing the words. So I'm sorry I'm mumbling, but that's what happens when I do these. So I changed the title from God to Creator, and that is because this is the correct title. Okay, I'll get into it if somebody asks me in the chat. I will explain it. Sometimes I show it in another video, so and it's usually in the beginning. So if you wanted to know more, check the old videos. And those would be the restreamed videos, by the way. Our Creator, the nations have invaded your inheritance. They have defiled your holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem to ruins. They have given the dead bodies of your servants for food to the birds of heavens, the flesh of your godly ones to the beasts of the earth. They have poured out their blood like water round about Jerusalem, and there is no one to bury them. They have become a reproach. We have become a reproach to our neighbors, a scoffing and assertion to those around us. How long, why will you be angry? Forever will your jealousy burn like fire. Pour out your wrath. Just a moment, I've got a phone call coming in here. That wasn't very helpful. Old car, can't find parts. Pour out your wrath upon the nations which do not know you, and upon the kingdoms which do not call upon your name. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his habitation. Do not remember the iniquities of our forefathers against let your compassion. I guess this would be all the one here. Let your compassion come quickly. Let your come quickly to meet us. For we are brought very low. Help us, Creator of our salvation. For the glory of your name, deliver us and forgive our sins for your name's sake. Why should the nations say, where is their Creator? Where's, this doesn't need to be here. Let there be known among the nations. Let there be known among the nations in our sight. Vengeance and blood, which has been shed. Let the groaning of the prisoner come before you according to the greatness of your power. Preserve those who are doomed to die. Now, the return of your neighbor, and return to our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom. Oops, that seems to want to go up here. The reproach which they have reproached you. So we, your people, and the sheep of your pasture, will give thanks to you forever. To all generations, we will tell of your praise. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is when I'm going through this one, I'm going to just try to group them now. So let's see here. The nations have invaded your inheritance. They have defiled your holy house. They have laid Jerusalem in ruins. Okay, the house in ruins. I guess like those two connect. So they defiled your house. But they'd done that before. That's why he kicked them out. So that's a little odd to be saying after they defiled his house. So it may mean they removed everything from his house. And Jerusalem is a ruin. Is a ruin, is destroyed. They have given the dead. They have given the dead bodies of your servants for the foods to the birds of the heavens. Actually, that's wrong. The third heaven is where the birds fly. So this guy doesn't know that it's the night stars is the second heaven. So now this wants to kind of almost become a 4-verse group by going with this here, there, and then this, and then this. And then I can see that maybe that's what's going on up here. So you can see that it was easy enough to find this format here by just grouping real quick here. They poured out their blood like water. They poured out their blood like water. I think that needs to be over here. Round about Jerusalem. There was no one to bury them. We became a reproach to our neighbors. Now this wants to connect with this. We have become a reproach to our neighbors. Well, there shouldn't be many left. A scuffing and assertion. Okay, now this, I don't know. How long, Wivey, will you be angry? Will you be angry forever? Will your jealousy... Looks like it's missing the word always. Will your jealousy... I'm going to add it here right now. Always burn like fire. Pour out your wrath. I don't know if the word upon is in the text. So I have this Bible program that it no longer exists. And what I can do, though, is I can click on the word, and you can see that Strong didn't feel it was a strong enough word to add here, or I would have, say, like if I click on here, you can see that we can actually find out that it's a man's name or something like that 3 times, but usually it's used as the word nation. So what I would look for is, say, one that has the most number or most numbers to the right of the word that they used, and see if I could use that word instead of the word that's being used. But when I find the word upon, pour out your, and I would get rid of the word upon and just say, pour out your wrath on the nations which do not know you, upon the kingdoms which do not call on your name. You have to understand, if this is the destruction of Jerusalem, this means Babylon come down. So there's no more such thing as neighbors, okay, and other kingdoms. Egypt is a kingdom. Okay, so the thing here is when you look on the map, you'll still see today that it's called the Egypt River, or the River of Egypt, which means at one time Egypt's territory was all the way to that river, because they used boundaries like that were set at that time to designate the difference between the land. It was easily known where the beginning and ending of the kingdom started. So they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his habitation. Okay, but that doesn't hook to these. Do not remember the iniquities. Do not remember the iniquities of our forefathers. And this would be, let your compassion come quickly to meet us, for we were brought very low. Help us, Creator. You can't use the word salvation. Salvation is tied to Jesus. So this word's being used wrong. So I can't use any of those words. For the glory of your name. Deliver us, which is kind of, it's the right word, deliver, but those two hooked together a little bit, I guess. And forgive our sins for your name's sake. Why should the nations say, where is their Creator? Let there be known. And let there be known. I want to check the word among, because if it's among, I can split it into another verse, but if the word among is not there, see, like that, then I get a little suspicious of the text. So let's just say that I do that for right now. Let yourself be known. Among the nations. And that's not going to hook. I thought it could. Vengeance for our blood for your servants. This would be connecting. So it's separate from this. Which has been shed. Let the groaning of our prisoners come before you. And they aren't prisoners, they're captives. Let's see if the word according is actually there. See, I didn't think so. That was just reading too odd. That these words that are like this, they might have been brought in at the time of 1611, trying to tie words together before you. Let the greatness of your power preserve those who are doomed to die. I don't know about that, but it's going to stop here, and this seems to stop here. And return to our neighbors. Sevenfold. Then this is just words stuck in there. The approach which they, let me see if the word which is there. Which, okay, that they have. So return to our neighbors sevenfold for their reproach with which they have and they reproach you, Lord. Now, usually, sometimes that would mean Jesus. I have that. I was telling everybody the different definitions for the titles for our Creator, but I need to key on the title God in all capitals, Lord. So, and return to our neighbors sevenfold for their reproach, which they have reproach. Well, maybe it's a 3 verse all of a sudden. And this is not true. Doesn't make sense. So we, your people, give thanks to you forever. To all generations, we will tell them of you. Okay. So I'm thinking I got a period here, comma here, period here, comma here. Okay. Now when I take a good look at it, I can see a lot of 4 verse, and they are very well connected, especially here in the beginning here. So about these two here don't, but so I need to blow them up and take a better look at them. Our Creator, our tribes have been invaded. Okay, I don't need the word your inheritance at the end. They aren't his inheritance. Our Creator can make people any way he wants. Okay, if that was Jesus' where it's your inheritance, it should have been his inheritance. So our Creator, our oops. And it would have been nation if it's Judah only. Our nation not have, but it would have been was past tense of the things that are coming up. So this would be easy to say this is the right word. Our Creator, our nation was invaded. Period. And they defiled and they defiled your house. And And I would put Jerusalem at the time David built it. David built the city, but it was pretty much a city he considered his city, Jerusalem, sometimes. So they defiled your house, and Jerusalem is in ruins. Okay. Not that they gave them. That's just wrong. The dead bodies of your servants. Are now food for the birds. Yeah, I don't think I need to say where they're from. We know that the birds fly, so um, get rid of all that. Oh, oh, I'm missing the light. That's what I'm missing. Seems I'm not really. I maybe ate too much and I'm starting to get sleepy, blinking my eyes like I'm tired, and yet I just know it's my stomach working, not the rest of the body. Yuck. Okay. Now, food to the birds. And this is not godly ones. It would be righteous ones, or you're demeaning the title God. So, righteous ones. But that's why he sent them away. He was supposed to send away the righteous ones. So why are the servant Jerusalem, the dead bodies are dead bodies? They aren't his servants. Our Creator didn't kill off his servants. What happened was they left believing our Creator and went on to another God. So the thing here is when the 12 commandments he presented as an agreement with those that he just brought out of Egypt, it was an agreement that they and their children must obey the 12 commandments, or he was going to send them off the land into captivity, or even individuals, they were to become outcasts from his nation. And if they were onto other gods, they were supposed to kill them. So our dead bodies has to be this way. Are now food for the birds. It's not their flesh, their bodies. If the birds pick at the body, I'm just saying, and their remains, and I got to put and their remains, because that's the truth. That's their remains. And the remains. And if they're against our Creator, they were the godless ones. It would be godless ones. And he told them he was going to go in there and wipe them out. And the remains of has to be our godless ones. Are for are for the beasts of earth. Okay, that's cleaned up real good. A lot more truthfully said. Um, in this here, we've already talked about dead, so the blood didn't pour out like water. So that would be not truthful, because we've got the animals already eating it, and that would have been the sentence before then. It would be in and around Jerusalem. I'm going to put another and here. And in and around. I'm thinking I might have to take one of these out, one of these ands out. But in and around, not about Jerusalem, around Jerusalem. And Jerusalem is not our Creator, so it usually I will designate it as a small letter J, meaning it's now corrupt. So that way the reader will understand when they're evil. And they're and in around Jerusalem. And in around Jerusalem, no one buried them. And you can see how those are going to hook. In and around Jerusalem, no one buried them. That have, you can put the word letter A here and say we became, or could say they, still talking about the bodies. Maybe not. Then we became a reproach. It doesn't need to say our neighbors, but for the simple fact, neighbors means like they're all living together in a nice, civilized way. But after war, they aren't neighbors, and if this is meaning a kingdom next to them, I'm talking that they took them into captivity and left. The remaining would have been the ill and the sick and the very elderly that they knew would not make it on the walk back because they were going to march them probably easy 300 miles just to get to the Euphrates River and then start dictating where they go. So, but here the text is saying, we became a reproach. And I can't say it's to the neighbors, so I'm going to just get this here. Who would be nearby? To bypassers, because I just remembered that our Creator told them that they're going to become a byword. Our Creator prophesied about this, and I'm trying to think. It's the ones that are passing through. You got to realize that in Jerusalem, or in the nation Israel as one nation, there, because it's so hilly and the rivers come into it like this, that there is a road that goes all the way through it to trade into Egypt and to trade with Lebanon and those above. That's called a highway. So there would have been to passers-by. So I have to get rid of this word and to, how do I want to say this? And to bypassers, to those passing by. I'm going to have to do that to those. And I guess I want to change the word neighbors to the word those. And to those passing by. And since I'm going to add that, I'm going to say that a scuffing and assertion. Let me see if there's better words than that. Like a mocking, I'm looking for a warning and a mocking. Oh, too far. This has got to go back got to go back. This is verse 4. Scuffing. Okay. Here, and it's not two words together, the same word together, but you can see they can use scuffing and desertion. And now watch when I click on this word. Now this one means desertion all the time. So I don't like trying to use words that 12-year-olds can't read and understand. I don't want them to go to a secular dictionary. So what I'll do is a mocking, that's what I was looking for there. So a mocking and disdain. Okay. And this would be a mocking. And then get rid of that and say it's going to be a comma. This one's looks like I'm getting through it pretty good. To mocking and disdain. To not those around, but everyone around us. So this is telling me that this could be the words after Babylon is gone. And I know there's stories about Jeremiah and how the people were wondering whether they should go to Egypt or not to stop their enemy from the east side of the Jordan River, which would have probably been the Arabs that were in the desert, that they were a few now as well, would come over and raid them and take them as captives, so, or kill them. A mocking and disdain. A mocking. I don't need the word and. A mocking disdain. Maybe I should look for a better word than what I'm looking for here. What's disdain? A mocking and a spurning. To stay away from them. A mocking and ridicule. It's not a small enough word. A mocking and I guess scorn would be it. Bypassers, a mocking to those passing by, a mocking and I got to put the word letter A here. Say I'm adding that. Now that starts A mocking and a scorn. Okay, I like that. I think that's really good. A mocking and a scorn to everyone around us. Okay. But Jeremiah had told them that they're going to return. So the question, how long will you be angry? They knew they were coming back, so the word forever is not here. And it wasn't jealousy, it was for their disobedience. So jealousy is wrong. How long will you be angry? And will you always... Well, that's just wrong. Burn like fire. That's... Because if I get rid of the word I added there and go like that, and then I know the word jealousy is wrong, will you burn like fire doesn't make any sense. Burn like fire and pour out your wrath. Now here's the problem with this. They were no longer an army, and our Creator was not going to do this for them. He did it against them. He's going to look over or keep an eye out for those that are obedient to him that are left in the land, and they're supposed to live there and raise children because he's going to bring them back. So this pour out your wrath upon them, that's just wrong. Which do not know you, that isn't why. Upon the kingdoms, which do not call upon your name. They have devoured Jacob and laid waste his habitation. We already got those words, what they've done above, so they don't need to be repeated. Do not remember the iniquities of our forefathers. Let your compassion if I get rid of this and then say the verses start connecting here. How long will you be angry? Do not remember iniquities. I'm going to say wickedness of our forefathers. No, but that's why they sent him away. So it's not that he's going to remember, but he's punished them for doing this. So this verse doesn't make any sense, or trying to make sense out of it. And he's not going to come quickly. The thing here is that Jeremiah is a prophet and he's still in communication with our Creator. So this is not truthfully being written. The scribe would know Jeremiah is still around. Is this written after the death of Jeremiah? That would be the question. At this time, I think I calculated Jeremiah to be right around 35 years old at this time. think that was the number I came up with. And they came back about 40 years later. I'm thinking that's the number. And it took them 70 years to have Jerusalem rebuilt as a city, and the remnant from the captives and everything was reestablishing Jerusalem. Took a total of 70 years. That's a prophecy out of Daniel. It says 70 weeks, but it meant 70 years. And it was 70 years because Ezra's coming out of Egypt. Because when, I'm not sure if it was, I think it was who's ever after Nebuchadnezzar that witnessed Daniel, told Daniel, head back with everything that we took and reestablish his house. And you got to remember, when Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, he proclaimed the creator or the God that the Israelis were onto is the highest God. Now he has to use those titles because that's how they're used to speaking about deities as gods. So here he had established the whole Babylon as starting at the summer solstice for their year. And then it was later Daniel was told to take everything back. I know your text doesn't say that. In fact, it's very obscure if you try to read any of the text. But when you understand the age of Daniel, when he went up there, he was a youth that was taught their language, and then his wisdom gave him like an advisor category, not only to the king, but that came later. I think there's a. Anyways, I'm saying that maybe Daniel was, when I'm saying returned after 40 years, he would have been the one that, he's the one that went and told the king about his dream. Okay. And he's the one that answered the writing on the wall. So Daniel was well known, and he was known as a prophet as well because of that. So, because of the answers our Creator gave him to tell him. So, he has to be the one that's sent back. And I'm going to show you that when I go into the prophets, because in the prophets, you'll find that Ezra is told to go back, because once they're sent down, Egypt wants to know how come they're being sent down. So Egypt's king and 7 advisors, I think, understood that Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass. That's why he changed the calendar up there, and they learned more about what happened with our Creator speaking and making himself known like he did in Egypt, in Babylon. So here, this is not true. This might go someplace else, but this verse, help us, Creator, for the glory of your name. And deliver us by forgiving our sins. Because you remember, now there's no priesthood, no Jerusalem, nobody to actually be the go in between as the priests were designed to do. So I can see them saying this: deliver us by forgiving our sins, and for your name's sake. That he is, our Creator made them a nation to show that our Creator exists and this nation is obedient to him, to be that example for other nations. So they would sometimes refer and say our Creator created the nation of Israel. So they blamed it on our Creator creating them. So let's see, and your names, and your name sake. I don't think I need names here. Name sake. And I can see him saying this as well. For why should the nations say? So why should people say? Because you're talking about bypassers. Egypt doesn't care. It's not land that they had never wanted to conquer anyway. The only ones that were left were Arabs, because the ones that were in Damascus, known as the Chaldeans now, they lived along the Euphrates River, but you got to understand it's only about 5 miles before the desert. Today is known as the Saudi Arabia Desert. There, I can't think of Arabian Desert. But the thing here is they lived up in there. So they wouldn't have been coming down. Why would they? I mean, you can't go collect taxes from them because they're probably still sending money being collected maybe once a year as a tax to the king of Babylon. So for why should people say, not nations? And nations describes really a group of tribes. And that's why nations is only used with the nation of Israel or nation of Judah or the whole nation of Israel. And kingdoms is used for everything else. For why should people say, where is their Creator? Let there be known. Let yourself and this has got to go all gray. Whoops. Let yourself be known to, this would have to be people. Well, it could be races. I'm going to put races because there was many travelers from many races going back and trading. So let the races see this. Or let yourself be known to the races by seeing us. I guess that's might not be the correct words, but sight is the seeing, so I'm going to put by seeing us, that we're getting together again. We're becoming a nation again. I can see that's what they're thinking, because they're going to be gathered again together. Nation. Vengeance for the blood of your servants, which has been shed. This would be wrong, because they know only the sick and elderly and the poorest of people are left, and the ones that were hidden or found a shelter to hide. Vengeance for the blood of your servants, which has been shed. No. Yourself be known, comma. Let the groaning of head be our captives. Our I had one too many eyes in there. Okay. Let the groaning of our captives come before you. Preserve those. No, this is just a verse that's stuck in there because I'm thinking it was going to connect to this. Let the groaning of our captives come before you, and return them to be our neighbors. That was an easy fix. But this sevenfold, that's not going to be right. That's wrong. That's going to be wrong. So we can become your people again. It's not him, because they're still waiting for Jesus, so it's got to be his people. Not yours, his people. They knew the difference. His people. So whoops. Let me see, how come to return them to be our neighbors. And this wouldn't be right here. It's just a verse stuck there that I can't use. But we, to read them to be our neighbors, and to wait for him as his people. To wait for because I'm adding so much, I'm almost adding a verse. So I'm going to do this. Return them to be our neighbors. So we can wait for let me start with it. I need a text to come down here to break that. So we can wait for this would be a period. And this would be all, I'm adding all this. So we can wait for Yah. And as his people. Let me see. Did they use? Is the word "so" actually there? Verse 13. So. No, it is. Oops, that's 13. So is not right there. So. So we can wait for Yah. As his people in our land. Land. Capitalize it because it's promised land. As his people in our land. As we give you thanks. As his people in our land, I want to use the word will. We will give thanks to you. This would be a period. To all, I give thanks to you. And I want to say everyone here, but not meaning people. One of our, and it's not going to be generation. I'm going to change the word generation to mean descendants. So then it does come back to Yeah, this has to be descendants. And give thanks to you, so every one of our descendants and every one of our descendants will tell theirs theirs to, and I would have to put you over here. And actually, I'm just going to move it from there to here. So, and every one of our descendants will tell theirs to praise you. I like all that. That was, I don't know if I can edit it any better. Maybe I can make it read smoother, but this is revealing the first writer's formats right here, right now, right before you, and you're going to see how beautiful the text becomes. And you notice I can't say made them mind. I did a lot of correcting, yes. But, whoops. Okay, let me look at the punctuation at the end of these verses. Okay, for the space for the beginning. Our Creator, our nation was invaded, and they defiled your house. And they stole from your house, and they took from your house. Well, they defiled because they weren't supposed to be in there. And Jerusalem is in ruins, is in ruin, is ruined. Laid waste is the way our Creator defined that. So, and Jerusalem is ruined. I wonder if they used the word desolate, just because I'm thinking that's the word our Creator prophesied, and they would know that. So, whoops, wrong one. Ruins, I guess, a heap. So I guess I'll live with that word. The dead bodies Yeah, it wouldn't be ours because that would be kind of stupid to say it that way. The dead bodies are now food for the birds, and their remains of are godless are for the beasts of earth. I guess this doesn't, well, because what I'm seeing is maybe two verses are missing here. Something like that, just to say that they're missing. Because that text reads okay. And in and around Jerusalem, no one buried them. We became a reproach. So if these are two together, I need a double space here and then go around it. For this here is hooking together, so I'm going to get rid of this. And say, help us, Creator. Help us, our Creator. That's the way they would talk. Like I said, they often would blame our Creator for creating them or respect Him as the one who created them. So help us, our Creator, for the glory of your name, and deliver us by forgiving our sin, and for your name's sake. For why should people say, where is their Creator now? Let yourself be known. I could add the word now at the end here, but when I'm having a problem, although those are working together, so this and this would make a group then. Okay, so that's good, and then this would be a group. So I need two of them here, and that's just the way I space them. I use a 6 point. And that way you can see the difference of one space that's wider as grouping these two, this paragraph with this paragraph as a larger paragraph. Let the groaning of our captives come before you and return them to be our neighbors, so we can wait for Yah as his people in our land. We will give thanks to you, and every one of our descendants will tell theirs to praise you. That come out really, really sweet. Okay. So I'm going to get rid of this one by going up here and saying, get rid of it here. And I guess I can, let me see if I can just copy that. Yep. And let me see if I can copy this. Don't need it. It's right there. So put that back together. I can get that and that now and that cleaned up. And I think the word the was the same way. I took it out. Yeah. No, that isn't the one I took out. It's got to be down here. Wait a second. Taking it out of the wrong area. Where am I getting it from? Number 2. Yep. And the was used. Okay. Get rid of the ones. Okay. And now move it down. You can take a screenshot of that. I like to do that myself, so I need to get it all on there first. Bring up my program and then put it in archive, and then I'll be showing that. I don't think, let me read it again just to make sure. Our creator, our nation was invaded, and they defiled your house, and Jerusalem is ruined. The dead bodies are now food for the birds, and their remains of our godless are for the beasts of earth. And in and around Jerusalem, no one buried them. This needs to be moved below. Whoops. This is where the text is missing. We became a reproach to those passing by, a mocking and a scorn to everyone around us. Help us, our Creator, for the glory of your name, and deliver us by forgiving our sins and for your name's sake. For why should people say, "Where is their Creator?" Let yourself be known to the races by seeing us. Let the groaning of our captives come before you, and return them to be our neighbors, so we can wait for Yah as his people in our land. We will give you thanks. We will give thanks to you, and every one of our descendants will tell theirs to praise you. That's a wrap. That's pretty good. Okay, I've got to get some water here, so I'm going to put this up and I'll be back. Okay, guess I'm back. And I forgot to put this here back together down here. I went through and made an error. I wiped out all 8-point text here. So this is actually the title God here, and then I hit a button and wiped out all my prep that I'd done for the text today and tomorrow, and I think I did like 15 of these. So, because I went through and I checked them, and I want to make sure, because showing you how the text becomes more personal by saying our Creator and knowing that's how they wrote to him or wrote about him. Like I said, he is the Creator of Israel. So before I get too far, I think I can do that twice. And then down here, at least I got one to start with that I can grab from. Now go back up to 80. Okay, because this is going to be a new start of a new video. Whoops, I want to say, all right. This is going to be Psalm 80, and I'm going to do what I'm showing you above here as how to find the hidden formats or the first writer's words. And whatever's in brackets like this or parentheses, they found it in a few manuscripts and decided to put it into the Bible after the 1611 Bible was put together. So what I'm going to do is just start finding the shortest verses here and then putting them together to find just like what I did here. And oops. And you can see how they're grouped together. This is a 4-verse. So it's like a comma, period, because you can see how the words put together. And this one little small paragraph, or also known to them as a psalm, and these are psalms when they're put together as a small paragraph, and this is another small paragraph. So that's why I edit it this way. But let me show you from the beginning here what I do, and I will move the text around. Now I do kind of talk to myself right now, so sorry about that. I don't think O has anything to do with this. Give ear, shepherd of Israel. Give ear, shepherd of Israel. You did lead Joseph like a flock. You are enthroned above the cherubim. Shine forth. Now, you got to understand that it's not cherubim here. This would be angels. And this is very important to sit here and I give them a capital letter, angels. And what I'm talking about here is in his meeting room, the chest that's holding the 12 commandments, they are in the chest. And then the two angels are facing themselves, each other anyway, and they're holding a mercy seat. And our Creator shines as a light above there to talk to the priest. So here are the 12 commandments in Exodus 20, 1 through 17. So I think that needs to be moved over a little bit and expanded a little bit more. Oops. Okay, like that. I forgot to set that up. So that's the 12 commandments. And then the shining forth, we have very little text telling us that he shows himself as light. Let me say I'm adding this, get rid of this crap. And let me show you a psalm that I already did. It's 44, I believe. So let me look it up here. .44. Let me blow it up a little bit more because this one has a lot of pieces, as you see right there. But here, these words here, by your right hand and your light of your presence, you did favor us. This means that he was showing himself as a presence of light when the priests were talking to him. Now I have this after this king's failure. So it's very important to know this text because I can place this text by the words here that were there. See how they went into captivity? And this was at Assyria's time when they came down. So when I pull up, oops, slide over here, don't get lost. I got to get my timeline out to show you how long our Creator was still making his presence appear in his meeting room. And this is the priest, or this was the king that he tried to buy off the invaders, the ones from Assyria. He gathered, I think, 50 shekels apiece from every rich person there and say, hey, don't invade us here, we'll pay you off. But they came in and took these tribes anyway. So that text is coming right through here up until here. So that's how long, because this is the end of Judah here. So that's just letting you know how long our Creator was appearing as a light, and the light says shine forth. Okay. Now, I don't know how he was appearing at that time. Except for the last word, his light of his presence. So to shine forth, his light wasn't beaming out. He shows himself as I hate to degrade our Creator by saying a circle of light, but that's the object, so you know what I'm talking about. So you are not enthroned. Okay, now you are above. It has to be the mercy seat. And it has to be mercy seat. I guess I can put the word that. That's a pretty decent word, I guess. That the angels hold
for you to shine forth. And I guess that's a way that could be said. I think it should be more truer. But I think you're starting to understand. I added this word so it goes in gray as a word that needs to be there. These other ones I'm adding, whoops, I just say that these are too little and they're not really necessary. But here, these I'm adding. So, and then it'd be like this. You are above. I need a period. Did I add the word the angels? Okay. Yeah, I added okay. I'm going to use this word above. So, and this fuchsia colored word that's like this, italic, this was a word that they added, as well as this word and this word here, into the 1977 NSAB. So that's, I colored them to make sure you know this. And I think you would know that when you read the Bibles you have today, that's what the italic words mean. But I found that when they redo the next version of some Bibles, they make them all of a sudden upright and like they weren't there and now they're there kind of thing, and you don't know the difference. But I'll leave it like that color. So you are above the mercy seat. So I need a comma here. So now I've got this as a 4-verse group, which I didn't really attend to except for when I added the words that were missing. Because you have to go back to Exodus where Moses is building the tent for meeting with our Creator. Now, what's so unique about knowing about the tent for meeting with our Creator is that when you correct the text in, let me see, whoops, wrong folder. You'll find that in Exodus 26, just a second, I got to take a phone call here. Well, that's odd. Sound like I'm getting sued. Let me see here. I was telling you that this is from Exodus 26. 26, if you change the word bars to arches, this is what these bars do. Have to add a little bit of text here. And now you see the roof of the tent for meeting with our Creator. So it was at that time when this seat was set up in his holy room to meet with people. Well, I don't see this as a 4-verse. Maybe he was shining above. Well, it's got to be above the mercy seat that the angels hold. because you got to understand when the text actually has them standing. I think it would be a kneeling, one like a knee, and then the other one would be like in a bow position. But the object is they'd be putting the mercy seat, because the size of the mercy seat is the same size as the length and width of the chest that's holding the 12 commandments. So I'm hoping you got the visual of that. But that's important here, very important. And this would be our creator, so I gotta make sure I respect him by capitalizing all words here in the text. Now, Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up your power and come save us. Our Creator, restore us and cause your face to shine. I don't want to add those words because it's not upon us, as though that's the wrong words. Cause yourself to shine would be like this, or make yourself shine. And so depends on how the text is going to read. And we will be saved. Now, I don't like using only one major word here and little, unless it's definitely like a presence of our Creator. Like, to you, our Creator, then I would make it another verse. But like this one here, no, that's YV, our Creator. Now, I'm using these two letters instead of all capital letters for our Creator. And I do that because when you look at Strong's words, we have these 4 letters. And these are the 2 words that he mentions in those. Now I'll show you those. But when you study the Hebrew language, a lot of times the letter H on the end is silent. So if we have it silent, you will see his name like this in some places. The Hebrew letter, in Hebrew language, there is no J, O, or W. So anytime when you see an O or a J here, they're farther away. They've taken you away from our Creator. I use these 2 letters because I know they're in the Hebrew language. And I'm not going to use the vowels that we use because people say there's like markings above and below these. But what I do is I'm not a specialist, and I don't pretend to be a specialist in Hebrew, but I know that they pronounce these 2 letters a certain way. I think it's Yahweh. So you can see that Yahweh here type of meaning. It would be an A here instead. But these 2 letters, I'm thinking this is closer to the way our Creator's name is than any other person. So that's why I'm using the letters here. And then it's YV. I say that in English letters. YV, our Creator, how long will you be angry? With the prayer of your people. Now, a prayer is, if you are to pray, that is the act that you are in. The word pray means, are you with your hands open, looking towards heaven? Are you kneeling or bowing? And when I say spreading your hands, that's what Solomon did at the time the house was established. And where is heaven located? Well, that's easy. I've got that right here. In Psalm 48, only in the New American Standard Bible, we find these words right here, Mount Zion in the far north. Now, in the far north, this means the North Star. And the stars, because the way the Earth rotates, the stars look like they're moving around to form a mountain. And this is known as Mount Zion. And then that is known as the second heaven, where the birds fly is the third heaven. And above the North Star is where heaven is located and where our Creator ascended after he talked to Abraham or Noah as well. So that's where heaven is located at. You can also say that's where Moses raised the staff to ask for a plague, where Jesus turned and looked to heaven and asked for a miracle to be able to feed the people. Not a blessing, but a miracle. But the thing here is the prayer is the words you say to our Creator. If you're asking our Creator for something, that's known as a petition. So, example, Solomon was petitioning our Creator with his hands open about any of the people that if they ever go into captivity, if they turn and pray towards your house, you will hear them. Okay? So, and now it's when it says with the prayer of your people, this is trying to say something that's not really true right here, because once we know that he is shining here above his mercy seat, this means that maybe, because yes, they're considered his people right now because they're a nation. But if you understand the earliest words we have of Jesus from Abraham's time, this here is when Abram becomes Abraham, and he is establishing not his covenant, but his promises. He's going to make promises and promises as he goes through the years here. And it's going to be like 400, maybe 500 years before we get to know the answer to these is Jesus. But they're going to come forth from you. Kings are going to come forth from you, okay? Meaning from his seed. And down here, it's also saying from your seed. But here in this verse, I guess this is 17:6, 18:18, and 22:18. Up here, and in him, or him who is a king, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. Nations is not really the right word here. It's all the peoples of the earth, or races of the earth, because we know the story of Jesus is once he's in heaven, he allows other people, high moral people from other nations around, the kingdoms around the world, to enter into heaven. And that's why, again, it is repeated here, shall be blessed. But you have to use the word kings here to understand these two here. So they knew long ago that they were going to be his people. But at this time in the nation, they don't know about Jesus going to be their king in heaven. But they know that they're going to be a king, and they're going to be they're his servants. When you read, Psalms 110, where Nathan tells David, through your son's seed shall come forth your king, who will have a kingdom in heaven. Those are the only words in the Bible that tell you why you're going to heaven. Okay, that, or some of you will be, but why people do go to heaven. So the promise changes. Sometimes it is mentioned as your people, as the nation Israel that you just created, because I don't know if this is in his tent right now or in the promised land that's already made up the tribes. So the thing here is when I'm seeing these words, I'm thinking this is in the promised land, but I can't say that it's still not a tent. But I can now probably take it out of the Sinai, the text where this is coming from. Maybe it'll change later. There's a lot of clues in the words to tell us how to date these. You have fed them with manna, not tears. Okay, tears is not right. We know he fed them with manna and made them drink tears in large measure. Okay. Now this, we know that that verse is completely wrong. I can't do anything. Well, you gave them to drink from the stream that Moses broke up in the Sinai. And if we're talking bread, this is supposed to happen before this. Moses broke up the rock first, or the boulder when he struck it. And then there was this argument here about can he provide as a table. And then so if these words, if I get rid of these words, maybe it'll come out later, but we know that those words are wrong. You did make us an object of contention to our neighbors. Now, why would somebody write that because you're onto our Creator, that you became an object of contention to the other people around your nation, and our enemies laugh among us? Now see, when it says this text, this would have to be almost at the end of example when Jeremiah, let's see, talks about Judah here. Judah as a nation married the daughter of a foreign god. But when Jeremiah, the last prophet, is trying to convince them that, hey, look, Babylon is coming, and they're arguing with him that we like being on this daughter in this foreign god because our forefathers are kings. And when this is known about Jeremiah, when I take from that words there, I can show you that there was a king here. His name was Manasseh, and he was absolutely rotten. He actually carved an idol of this so-called female goddess and put her into our Creator's meeting room with us. So that means the priests were corrupt at the time. So when that text you read, Jeremiah is arguing with everybody, and they're saying, hey, the priests and the kings were onto it. So you know where this text is now coming from. So I keep this in mind as I'm going through so I can say where this text is at. And if you were with me on the last psalm, I had mentioned that he was making his presence known at this time. So our Creator's presence was still there, but I know when the priest all of a sudden took over, they could have took over here. So, but this was a good king, and he did go to the house or to the gate with people when these guys came and we're going to Assyria wanted to take over Jerusalem. He sought our Creator's help, and our Creator sent them away. But then all these years here, they really fell away, like as did the nation Israel. So, our enemy laughs at us among themselves. Contention to our neighbors. Are the neighbors were their own people that had gone against our Creator? So I'm thinking these two verses are separate. And now you did make us an object of, but he didn't. You'd make it yourself. So it's not you are as our Creator. They made us objects of contention. This means that they fought among them, and us when they're on to this god and goddess. This is Ra, the sun god, and the moon goddess, and they believe that under their practice that you become a god and you would ascend it into the stars. Okay. That comes from my knowledge to be able to explain a lot of the text in here, because it will say God of hosts, and it means the stars are actually gods. They didn't know any difference back then. They didn't understand stars. They thought they were really close. Okay. So, but that's 2,000, 3,000 years ago. But the object is they're believed to become a god. They didn't understand our Creator's prophecy of Jesus, or the son from David who's going to be a king, could allow them to enter into heaven. They were thinking that is heaven up there. That how can you do that? Because we don't believe that. We know we're going to become gods. So that's this contention, that the argument between them would be, okay? Just to let you, there's a lot to be said in some of these words. So, I'm trying to explain them so you know why I'm editing them and the thought process behind these words. So, our enemies laugh among us. I guess I need to divide it there. Restore us and cause your face. Here again, this is a repeat, and I don't like repeats, so one of these are going to be out. If it's said once, they don't ever say it again. I've done many of these for 30 years. So you did remove the vine. You did remove a vine from Egypt. Now that would be a metaphorical word, and I don't like them in there. For example, Jesus tells us about parables. Example, Jesus tells Nicodemus it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of the needle than for a rich man to get into heaven. So the needle Jesus is talking about is him allowing you to go into heaven. The sharp end is a no, you aren't entering. And the eye of the needle is you can enter. So that isn't really a metaphor. That's a parable. But the word vine, people can make up all kinds of reasonings of what this means. I don't like that. So you removed a vine, you removed Israelis from Egypt. Okay, if I put any word in here, and it's not did, you removed would be the correct word here. And he didn't, he had them drive out kingdoms and planted it. See, this is they're getting into this vine all of a sudden becoming a it. So, but our didn't plant them. He established the tribes in the promised land. So it's not he drove out kingdoms. Now these kingdoms, you got to understand, Israel's not that long. If you look at the kingdom of Egypt, you can see this is hundreds of miles, you know. But the thing here is they're talking like kingdoms only less than 40 miles in a probably square, okay? And then lesser in some. So but it does mean not large kingdom. It's meaning there's a ruler, they're established, they have an army to protect theirs. So this word would have to drove out kingdoms to be right. And then it would be to establish E-S-T-A-B, establish them, because I gotta put a, oops, gotta do more than that. Them, I'm adding, this I'm correcting, this I'm getting rid of. Removed Israelis. I'll put the word Israelis here. And I'm going to say that I'm replacing that stupid word with a correct word and do that. You removed Israelis from Egypt and had them drive out. See, that's a more truthfully correct way of saying this. But being the head is what our creator, meaning that word has to be tied to our creator as doing the act, as had them. That's why some of these words are all capitals. They, like this one here, this one should be all capital letters, okay? You removed, and he did. So, and then they drove out nations. And I'm going to probably need more here in the text, because this one I'm seeing like 3 verse now. So maybe it's going to end up being 3 verse. You did clear the ground before it, and it took deep root. I can't use any of this. This I would be forcing my own thoughts or will to make what I would want it to make. So to establish and did establish, this did would be his, and did establish them. And this is the promised land, so this would be a capital letter. I guess this could be a 4 verse if I leave this up here and I need to add to that. Mountains were covered with its shadows. Now, there's no mountains in Israel. It's a hill country. Why is it a hill country or a hilly country? And that is because when you look at a map today, we know that Jordan is here on a mount, and Moses looked down on the hilly country, even though from the sea level, it's sometimes these hills end up being like 2,000 feet, but the Jordan River goes down about 1,800 feet. So it's really a hill country. And then this large mount, and there's 3 of these that are way above these hills. So there is no mountains in Israel. We're covered with a shadow. Now, see, that's still talking about this vine and deep and the cedars. These are in Lebanon. Okay. Now, so, and then this is the Hebrew lettering for the title God. And for those that are interested in learning the title, El, let me show you this. Let me blow this up a little bit. Maybe that might be too much, but you're going to get the object here. That when you go look in my Bible program, if I click on the word God, you get El, okay? And if you click on it, L again, you get the word those. But notice this is used 8 times as these are those. Yet I know there's Hebrew words for those words. So that's what the New American Standard Concordance shows us, and that's why it's no longer available to people. And then over here, it's L, and it's used for a bunch of words. So when Strong's listed L, he numbered them and took out 12. So he had another one in there. But these words that you see are the words that they used and how many times they used for the word L. And you can see they used it as a title, God, 204 times. Okay, and even a man's name here, El, God, whatever. So, and I think the last psalm had another God. But the thing here is El does not always mean God. And when you see these words, you would be thinking that these would be like mighty, strongest, highest, these type of relationship to the word El. And you're not seeing it, and especially when you know here. So now you know a little bit more about the word El being the title for God. A lot of times when the word God is used, a little g, in the text that I've done over 30 years, I can tell you that it's like when they got the enemy within the land, like the text here, they would be referring their God to our Creator as a God, to know that that's the relationship of your understanding to me understanding you, okay? But they didn't use the title as God as the way the secular world uses the word God. They knew he was their Creator, the Creator of everything. Okay, and then they give him other titles like Lord, like Father. So the Almighty, the highest. But here, of God with its burrows, we know that this here is out. Okay, it was sending out its branches to the seas. So, and the shoots to the rivers. Now, I don't know if you can sing these, okay, but that would be a group, I guess. you have broken down its hedges. See, this is where you'd have to have this metaphorical what the hell's happening here and having to put a bunch of words in there. And then they've added the word. They knew the text so well that they know that it means to add the word fruit. Okay, so let's get rid of those words. The boar of the forest eats its way around, and whatever moves in at the field feeds on it. That's wrong. Our Creator, turn again. Now we beseech you, look down upon from heaven and see and take care of this vine. Even the shoots, even the shoot which your right hand has planted. This is still too not. They don't speak in metaphorical. They know our Creator is a creator, and they wouldn't speak of themselves this way. So that is wrong. And the sons whom you have strengthened yourselves. And it is burned with fire. It is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of your contents. Well, let's say that's wrong. Let your right hand be upon man, of your right hand upon the Son of Man, whom you did make strong for yourself. Now this would be Son of Man, like Jesus, okay? This is the text. But you have to use different word here. Son from man, meaning as the promise he told Abraham and the promise he told David, through your son's seed. And our Creator defines man as male and female. So you have to say from man. Or when you're talking about our son from Israelis becoming king for the world, then it would be son for man. There's those two words, but never of. Okay? Never of. Whom you did make strong for yourself. And that's not really true. Salvation is granted to us through our Creator's promise to enter into his kingdom. So it's not about making him strong. Then we do not look back from you. And then like revive us, is that's kind of like you can tell that's added. Then we will not turn back from you. And we will call upon your name. YVR Creator, restore us. Cause your face to shine. And we will be saved. Our Creator delivers them from their enemy. You have to use the right word. Saved is pretty much tying that to the word, because I'm trying to make the words throughout all the books that I've done to have the same word mean the same thing every time. And to saved is not, he's redeeming your soul from the abyss. Jesus is your savior for your salvation. So to mean saved, that would be something on earth, meaning you put in your pocket to save it. Okay, so that's how this gets interpreted. So I have a hard time, because if I let's take a look at it here in the text. This is 80. Yeah, this is 80. So let's take a look at the last word at 80, saved. See, it does mean salvation sometimes. It means savior sometimes. So it should be, then I would edit it as, let's see, how would I do this? And we will, see, if I put the correct word, salvation or savior here, it doesn't read right. Okay, let me start at the beginning again and see if I can get any cleaner here. Give ear, shepherd of Israel. Now, this, really, I get rid of that because they had both flocks. So, a herder of Israel. And that's a better description because they owned goats and rams. So it's the herder of Israel. Give ear, herder of Israel. Now, Jesus does refer to himself as a herder, and his rams will hear his voice. So this would mean they're talking about Jesus here. And it's not of Israel. It's for Israelis. If the text is listening, and they're calling to Jesus here under the word, Israelis. Why did I get rid of that letter? Okay. Now, you will lead Israelis like a flock. Not Joseph at all. You did lead Joseph like a flock. Now, this would mean that the herder is our creator, and it's not just Joseph. I can't really keep any of that. Give ear, like listen. Give ear. Those two words together would be listen. Herder for Israel. Or I call to the herder for Israel, or I call out to the creator. But give ear, I don't see that as being the right words. Herder for Israel, and then the words, you will, or you who did lead Joseph like a flock. Did is the wrong. That would be wrong if it's Jesus. If it's our creator, then you wouldn't call him a herder. I'm thinking all this text is going to be gone. These are very important words, and they make a format when they're done like that. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh. Now, the problem with this is Manasseh was divided into East and West Manasseh. So it's just not, if they're referring to him as all Manasseh, then these are the sons from Joseph up here, and Benjamin wouldn't be included. So if I'm using the word Joseph here, of these two, These were his sons. Stir up your power and come save us. Shine forth. He was appearing to the priest to tell them whether that person or that male from the family, the father from the family, presenting what the father or mother might have not obeyed of the 12 commandments, their sin offering, which defines 12 commandments as sin. Then you have our Creator talking to the priest, saying whether that guy's mocking me and just doing this to make it look good, send them out of the tribe of Israel, which is called an outcast. Okay? Or he says, yes, he's forgiven, he can remain within my nation. So, but to say, stir up your power, come save us. Now you're doing that in battle. I can see David would come use your power and come save us. But here, I don't see that. Stir up your power. That's, if the text had reflected that in the story, but it's not there. Before Emperor Manasseh restored us. No, this has got to be out as well then. Now, restore and cause your, restore us and cause your, and cause is not a good word. This has to be something else. Cause it'd have to be yourself to shine, and we will be saved. No, this is not right. You know, like I did on at the end, Savior, salvation, and I don't see that. Cause his face. This would be Jesus they're waiting for. So if I'm saying his face here, his face, they're waiting for Jesus. So it wasn't your face, it's his face. His face. To shine. And this is why when you read in John, Jesus came from his light, and he is our light. So this was to shine. For us to have salvation would be down here. So this word, so if I put the word salvation here, his face to shine for our salvation. And maybe that's what the text is telling me here. And well, salvation is coming from our Creator, and Jesus is part of the salvation. So that's the way I note that it's coming from our Creator, and Jesus is the one going to do this. Restore us. That means that they're in captivity, and now that, like the psalm above, they're, because a lot of these pieces, I've done like 79 of them now, and I've done them all really, but I've never really tried to put all the pieces together, and that's what I'm going to do when I get through all these, to see what these pieces go together. And above is the text that I know is coming from like Jeremiah's time, that yes, we're going to come back. He knows they're going to come back, make them our neighbors again, if you were with me on the last one. So then if this is a continuing, forget the number that they just took more text from that. But this piece is out of place. This is wrong. But this might be a piece. Our Creator, restore us, meaning bring back the people and cause and send his face. This is not cause, but send. The promise was that he was going to send him. So send is the best word here. Not cause, but and send his face to shine. Gee, I'm almost now starting to like the word upon us. But and send his face to shine. Yeah, I'm going to use those words, I guess, upon us. And that would be a period. And then this is going to be more missing text. But I don't know if it's going to be a 3-verse or a 2-verse. But that is sticking out like in the middle. And this is not something special. I might not need to keep this. I will keep this because this is hard to find for people to understand how he appeared before the priest in his meeting room, in the tent and in the house. So Yv, our Creator, how long will you be angry at his people? Now that does tie with this. To shine, but then this is missing, and then we have 2 3-verse pieces together here. See that? These two are going to go together. Yv, our Creator, how long will you be angry at his people? At his people. And this would be a question mark, not a period. I was trying to think of that, whether it, if it is or not, because I think this is proper English, and I don't think they had proper English back then. So I think by asking it, how long, comma, will you be angry? They understood it to be that a question. You have fed them with bread and you made them drink. There's nothing to tie them together, so I've got to get rid of that. You did make us an object of attention to our neighbors. No, he did not do that. Our own people made them objects of contention with their neighbors. Our neighbor. No. And this I've already got up here, so I don't need it a second time. And maybe even a third time down here. So, not having much text left here. You removed the Israelis from Egypt, or Israel's, as the male Israel's descendants. That's the way of saying descendants here, Israel's descendants from Egypt. and did establish our land. And then this is kind of stupid, but these are the words that make sense, but these don't. And then it would be get rid of the period here, then put all this sentence together. So when I shrink it down, that word will fall over here. Can I put it? No, still won't make it. That's all. Our Creator, return again. Now we beseech you, look down from heaven, see and take care of us, and the Son whom you have strengthened yourself. See, they knew that because he was going to be a king, they knew that our Creator was going to strengthen, to become a king. So, let your hand be upon the man. This is a double, hand here and hand here. So let me get rid of this here. Let your hand be upon man. That's meaning male and female. The definition our Creator gives man as I made man and my male and female. So secular man word out of here. Man means male and female. Let your hand be upon man and upon the Son of Man and upon the Son for man. Now, can this verse actually be connected to something? Because this one is now like this. On our Son, this would be our Son from David. They would refer to him as our Son. They also refer to him as their highest as well. So the Son whom, so this would be Jesus as well. Our Son whom you not have, it's coming, so will needs two L's. This is wrong. This is going to be added. Will strengthen, meaning our Creator. Not for himself. He's not strengthening him for our Creator. They don't know that Jesus is, well, they know he's going to have a kingdom, but it's in heaven. So you're already with our Creator there. So strengthen, not for yourself. It's, he was not to be a king. Let me show you why I'm saying that. When we look at text and try to find words about Jesus, in Isaiah 11:2, we have these seven spirits. The Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him, and that's the baptism that we know. And then the Spirit of wisdom, the Spirit of understanding, the Spirit of counsel, the Spirit of strength, the Spirit of knowledge, and the Spirit of the fear of Yahweh. And then he delighted in the fear of our Creator. So the thing here is this does not, like a king, okay? This is not a king, but one who could guide us as our Lord and Savior into his kingdom. So for Yahweh, from the Son on our Son. This, though it doesn't matter here. Our Son whom you will strengthen. That's why I got rid of it. Now it sounds better. I struggled with that one. Sometimes that's what happens to me. For your hand will be upon him. Now that, maybe I did talk to be able to say that that's what I need here. For your hand will be upon him. Upon. No. See, if I make it a 3-verse, strengthen yourself, for your hand will be upon, and needing to add this here, and say that I added this word here and this word here, then I don't need any of this. And I've got a 3-verse, okay? And this would be the statement here, and these two now connect together to become a 3-verse. They would say a statement, and then these two relating to this as a statement. But am I going to end up with just 3 pieces, 4 pieces here that don't mean nothing? That's what it's looking like. Because I'd have to say, see and take care of us until our Son whom you will strengthen for yourself. Then we will not turn back from you and will call upon your name. Okay, I need to clean this up because I'm not really liking how choppy this text is. And it's not, I don't like that choppiness. You've seen how well the story goes together when it's put together. So if I just see how these words are going to sound if I put them together here. Okay, second cleanup, better save that. You are above the mercy seat that the angels hold for you to shine forth. That's a 4-verse. This is a 3-verse. Our Creator restore and send his face to shine. This will be Jesus. To shine upon us. For our salvation is through him. But I could put the Hebrew name for Jesus is Yah. It's the Hebrew word. Strong spells it Y-A-H-H. The New American Standard, to have copyrights to Strong's words, changes the words and changes the lettering, and they spell it A-H. So, YVR creator, period. How long will you be angry at his people? You removed Israel from Egypt, period, and had them drive out the kingdoms. Actually, they are Noah's descendants. So, and did establish them in our land. You know, it's like these two could connect together because I don't see these two connecting. And I could make this a 3 verse from your mercy seat that the angels hold for you to shine forth. Our Creator, restore us. You shine upon us. And I'm missing words here. But I worked a lot to get that, and I'm using their word above to help describe what I need to put in there. But anyways, these are a group. Our Creator, turn again. But then again, this means the story is missing of why they're asking. We have to assume ourselves that this text means that Babylon has already taken away them all. According to the last psalm, and this would be heaven, his place. See and take care of us. But if this is 3 verse, then this means this was the end of another 3 verse. Now we beseech you, look down from heaven. See, this doesn't hook together like a comma here. Turn again, now we beseech. Well, maybe it does. But right now, let me just separate it. Our son whom you this is not a statement. These are connected. I'm going to keep this. This I know is said in other places, but it doesn't connect to that text above, obviously. This is reading out of order. For example, let me put like this right now, just to show you what I'm talking about. This would have to be moved down here. And then, how long, Creator, or our YVR Creator, how long will you be angry at his people? Creator, restore us. Our Creator, restore us. See, they're talking about this title as create us again. Creator, restore us and send his face to shine upon us for our salvation in heaven. How's that? Oops, I can't do that. I'd have to add that and that. Salvation in heaven. This would be our Creator, and this is our Creator's location. So it would be that. And then I'm just going to take that and put that up here. But you can see that how the text would need to be this way in order to group together so move down. Actually move group down. Moved here. This I'll just make blue. Blue. Line that up. Although I gotta say that I'm moving it so it's not there anymore. So 8 point. And then line that up. Okay, our Creator, how long will you be angry at his people? Our Creator, restore us and send his face to shine upon us for our salvation in heaven. Oh, stunning when the words go together. They might have just remember it was destroyed 2,400 years ago, and it's now being put back together. So it might take me a little bit, but they had a long time to distort the words. You removed Israel from Egypt. This can be said, but it's not part of what I want to save if I'm saving these important words here and here. And actually, these aren't any really true important words. They've been said before. Your hand to be upon. I think for your right hand to be upon. For your hand to be upon man, not sinful. Your hand to be upon man. This would have to be the word to. This would be after Jesus ascends to heaven to be the king. Then it's your hand be upon man. So this is wrong here. So this here, get rid of that. And out of here, put the word to for your hand to be on man. Our son, period. You will strengthen yourself for your hand to be upon man, made himself known for the whole world. Salvation in hand, and then go all the way here, because this is not needed. This is wishful thinking, and I can't see how to make it a 3-verse. I'm thinking just to keep these verses here, and let's see what they look like as a group now. Now this I know is separate, so it's got to be left there. This I'm saying I moved here, it's okay. And this becomes a 3-verse. Our Creator, how long will you be angry at his people? Our Creator, it would almost be like, please, Creator, restore us and send his faith. So I'm going to I think if I just add the word please here, we already know they're talking to our Creator. Please restore us and send his face upon us for our salvation in heaven. Our Son, whom you will strengthen yourself for your right hand to be upon man. I like that. I like that. So now this gets cleaned up to where I can say, yes, I will use that word as a 4-verse. And I have to guess I need to do that to understand that. But here, don't need the numbers on the front end anymore. And this, I will say, make the text. And really, these two read really well hooked together right here. And then it would be here. This is a continuing of this, but these two is talking about the salvation of heaven, which goes right into this. I like that. But they're just two pieces. Who would have wrote this? This is who wrote this. This could have been wrote at any time. It would have to be, well, this could be even wrote after Daniel's day when they're back in Jerusalem. And no, it restore us. So these could even be words from Daniel, but I don't think so. So before Daniel, you have to go back to Jeremiah. And I'm going to take these words and I'm going to put them down at the bottom. And because it's 4-verse, and then I'm going to put words from Jeremiah. Oops. I believe that's what's going to happen with that text. to be able to say these words. It's talking about restore, so Babylon has taken them away. So and I need a screenshot of that. Okay. Now it's been 3 hours, which isn't bad. I've been streaming probably for about a month and a half now. And it took over a month to get past 3 hours. My voice just wasn't hanging in there long enough with me. So this was 16 verses. So this is telling me that it's going to take at least 2 hours. I will attempt it. And this, I need to go down here. I got to put in what I know I've deleted, and that's and this would have been bold and red and copy, and then delete it, and then it goes in front of these to say that's why I changed the title creator to Elohim, or changed the Elohim title from God to this creator title. And let me just do this so I don't have to do this on the next one here. Now, if it was this one, that would be easy. I have no problem with that one. But anyways, let me get up here, and because I'm making videos, I'm going to sit here and repeat a few things if you're around the last one. This is going to be Psalms 7. This will be Psalms 81, and I'm going to do what I got written above my head, and that is to find the hidden formats that the first writers wrote in. And as you can see up here, there is a 3-verse format from the last one and a 4-piece from the last one I done, 80. But what I'm going to tell you is the words in a parenthesis are words that they found in manuscripts after 1611, and they've put them into the text. Words like this and fuchsia are words that they added in 1977's New American Standard, and that is the text I am using. And I went through and checked the title, all the capital letters, and for Lord or God, I'm replacing with the title YV, okay, his name. And that's the best we're going to get to having his real name said. Now, sing for joy to our Creator. So sing for joy to our Creator, our strength. Shout joyfully to our Creator, and not of Jacob, it's the nation Israel. Now, I should bring the text up a little bit closer so everybody can see it. Move it over. Raise a song. I don't think you raise a song, but strike a timbrel, and the sweet sounding lyre the sweet sounds oops, it would be sounds. How come that's not, oh, I'm pressing the wrong key. That ain't helping. And then this would be down. So it's from. So that I'm adding. But that looks pretty much like a 4-verse, doesn't it? Okay. Blow the trumpet. They didn't have trumpets, they had horns. So need the horn. And they used that ever since they come out of Egypt. And actually the priest had horns. So when you're thinking about what was in the tent for meeting, that it was made large enough that our Creator said, make a meeting room. What was in this room here was their horns, the poles that they carried things with, the plates, the knives that they needed to kill the animal or create a sacrifice, then skin it and remove the muscles for atonement of sins, and the muscles showed that it meant as the action for the sin, and then they would take that and burn the offering, and the smoke would go up, and the male on the outside would see the smoke disappear, and that was to mean that he was to be forgiven. Our Creator is going to forget about this. Blow the horn at the new moon. Well, that's wrong. Our Creator never said anything about the new moon or the full moon. He never had that count. That's a pagan count to keep track by a moon. They used a fortnight, and it's not a festival day. So here, our Creator started, when you look at the plagues here, they were not actually 1 month or 1 week and then the next week and the next week. This took time, okay? But the key here is locusts ate the sprouting green, okay? Now, the sprouting green, you had to have rain before then. So you have rain in the springtime. Then you have the sprouting green, which would have been the food supply that they were talking about, was the sprouting green, which would be wheat. In the first harvest, I believe, in Egypt, Israel, is April. And then later there was a darkness over the land. And then his passing over, which means that night or the next day, our Creator defined what a day is by saying when the sun is no longer seen on the horizon, that twilight is the beginning of the day, and it starts at night and then daylight until then. That's 1 day. And they were to leave the next morning, and our Creator defined that day as the first day of the year. So if we know that this is in April, okay, then we know that this event has to be tied to something they would all see and know about. Summer solstice is the first day of the year for our Creator. So and then they had a 7-day count. The first day of the year was the holiest day to them. And in the Sinai, he defined 7 more days to make it an 8-day celebration that he did not kill their firstborn sons. But that was in the second pass. It was actually first, or was the second celebration, but instead of 1 day, he made it longer. So you can't say feast day, okay? And it would have to be celebration days. And this is a statute for Israel. It isn't defined as a statute, but it is, maybe it is a statute. And I've been wrong saying there's only 3 statutes. Now there's 4 statutes that he made. Because statutes are the highest, then the commandments, and then there's laws, and then there's guidances. So, but blow the horn in our celebration days. But the priests are going to be doing this. Blow the horns. It has to be because there's 13 priests. You have 12 for each tribe, and then 1 as over for the king for over the whole nation. So these horns that I was saying would be hung in that room before the meeting room would be used for this event. And this is not on our celebration days. And maybe I got that wrong. I think it's 2 E's. Celebration. Let me get it. Okay, yeah. Okay, it's never a feast. It's a celebration days. And because these are our Creator's demands, these are His, so it's YS. Celebration, and it is a statute, meaning a law by a major, very important law for, I don't like the word it, for this is, and then this is, I have to say it's by our Creator. So this is a statute. Get rid of this word here. For, now this would be the nation Israel, or depends on what I'm going to see here in the text below. This word's going to either change as a nation or just for Israelis. Okay. Then it's an ordinance for our Creator of Jacob. This is not true. Never an ordinance. There is no such thing as an ordinance. It has to be a law or a commandment, and that is not true. So of Jacob, I've got Israelis here. Jacob is no longer used as a word or a reference after our Creator changed his name. You would be lessening our Creator's changing of his name. So he established it for a testimony in Joseph. That's wrong. When he went through the land of Egypt. Not true. It was after they withdrew they went from. He established. This is wrong word here. Okay. And anyways, let me go on. I heard a language I did not know. Well, that's too bad. Not in my world either. They knew how to speak Hebrew, and they knew what Egyptians sound like, so I heard a language that I did not know. No, that's... I relieved his shoulder from the burden of his hands. No. His hands were freed from the basket. Okay, come on. Now, if this is saying our Creator said these words, that's really even more stupid. You called in trouble. See, this is almost like this person is saying, making this text read as our Creator said this. And it's a language he did not hear, but he can actually write it. So that's weird. But you called in trouble, and I rescued you. I answered you in a hiding place of thunder. And I proved you in the waters. Okay. Now we know that these are stupid words, and they're trying to put our Creator's words there. So I've got a list that I've been collecting that I'm going to share with everybody at the end, but that's got to be collected and shown later. And that would be all of this up to 5, just to make sure I get that verse. But this is, you know, I got text that says, smoke came out our Creator's nose and fire out his mouth. That is in Psalms. I think what is that, 19 or something? I don't want to go look for that. It's not worth my trouble right now. So, but this, no, out. Hear my people, I will admonish you, Israel, if you would listen to me. Let there be no strange God among you. Oh, this is... Okay. Notice this text here in the usage of the word El. If you were with me, I think in the last one, maybe the one before it or something like that. I can't remember what I've done today. It's sad. But I was explaining how the title God they would use. Is this actually meaning here? Strange God. Whatever they're talking about as a God. And do not worship any other foreign God. This is the El God that is there. And then when you put it in here, I am YV, your Creator. See that? I brought you out of the land of Egypt. Okay. This here is our, and I wouldn't say YV, I am your Creator, because I got the word here. So this is going to be changed if I'm going to save any of this at all. But it would be said, YV, our Creator, brought us out of the land of Egypt. But this is YV, his name, and he's creating the nation, Israel. But this is how they use the word God to talk about other gods. And that is very much key to understanding these words that are here. And I want to save this somehow, because I've been saying I was going to get to this 10 Psalms ago. And so I've got to be able to pull it up like I've done before on other images. So, but this is a perfect example of how the title would be used as how they see their God and they become gods. Okay? But here, I'm your creator because our YV, our creator, brought us out of the land of Egypt. Brought you up, no, out. Now, can you imagine the word up? Maybe up from the Red Sea, I guess, but okay. Open your mouth wide and I will fill it. Okay. Now, can you imagine our creator saying that? Open your mouth wide, I will fill it. I gotta add that. I gotta add that one. Now that, can you imagine the guy that's saying that our creator said this? Okay, so that's you gotta. That's over salted words, isn't it? Got to get rid of that. There's too much salt on that one. That is bad. That is really bad. But my people did not listen to my voice. My people did not, but my people did not listen to my voice, and Israel did not obey me. So I gave them over for their stubbornness of their heart to walk in their own devices. I don't think they're devices. And oh, that my people would listen to me, that Israel would walk in my ways. I would quickly subdue their enemies and turn my hand against their adversaries. Those who hate YV, would pretend obedience to him, and their time of punishment would be now this can't be said at that time. They didn't know hell was going to be created. But then the souls were going to descend to the abyss. But our Creator promised to pull them out of the abyss. That's the Redeemer word. But I would feed you with the finest of, oh boy, open your mouth and fill it. Now I'm going to feed you with the wheat and honey from a rock. I will satisfy you. I got to add that. Sorry. I got to add that one. You know, when it's all said and done, why are these words like that in the text? Why? Let me explain something. Those that are editing the text are not the good guys, plain and simple. Let me show you. This is the 1611 preface, the words the writers wrote in the text. And I can scoot this up here to the end. And what happens is they give reasons, 4 reasons, why they added the text. By the light and feeling we have attained unto ourselves. Not obeying our Creator, and He gives us more knowledge for being more obedient and more righteous to Him. And then they got a great clerk as Gregory the Divine. Now, how many Christians out there know that Gregory's divine and Jesus, they never put the word divine behind Jesus? So the thing here is They got Gregory as the divine, okay? And this, in their own words, the first Roman emperor corrected the calendar and the order in the course according to the course of the sun, and they capitalized the word sun. This is given homage or respect to Ra, the sun god, because the calendar, how they set the calendar, you take a long stick and a very straight stick, and what happens, they watch the shadow. And for 3 days, the shadow remains the same at the winter solstice. The beginning and end, they're put together, okay? But read in between the words. The first Roman corrected the calendar. So what was the calendar before then? Well, I'll tell you. When Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, he said, hey, man, those Israelis are onto the true creator of everything. He's the God of all gods. And he had Babylon from that time until the Roman emperor changed our creator's calendar from the summer solstice as being the first day of the year. But that's in the text that you can read into it. Now, here, this one's really cool. Lastly, the end and reward of the study thereof, thereof means the text you're going to read, is just to have a fellowship with the saints and a participation of a heavenly nature. I thought you were wanting to go to heaven. I thought the writers would say, well, this is to help you to have salvation and Jesus is your savior. You'd put all those words in here, but no, a heavenly nature. Our creator didn't even create anything. This is a heavenly nature out here. So from their own words, and there's dozens of words in here like that. I just thought that these were the quickest, most important ones to tell you that the translators themselves put those words in the text. That's why all this crap is in here. That's why they're hiding the hidden formats of the first writer's words to put their own words in all this stuff within the text. Because when it gets example, here's 12 commandments you can find in 12 or 21 through 17 in Exodus. 12 commandments. And you need to have a sin offering if you did not obey any of these. These are sins. That's it. There's no such thing as an original sin because our Creator didn't assign a sin offering. A sin offering until they were in the Sinai as his nation for his people to live by. Again, in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, there's a list of the disciples' names. And I've got 15 of them listed here, and you can see by the color where they're at, okay? The rest of them I don't. They're pretty much common with each one of them. But the object is 3 lists, none of them are the same, and you thought they were each other's, you'd think that they were together for over a year, that they would know each other's names, but they can't decide that. It's just corruption in the text. So, and here's a real good one, because I know, and I've done this for a long time, 30 years. In Exodus 26:26, you change the word from bars to arches. These words here become this over here. You're seeing for the first time what his roof looked like for his tent for meeting with him. Okay, there it is. There's the words. Take a snapshot of that. But the object is it's in the manuscripts back. Even the manuscripts were corrupted. So the enemy has been deceiving people a long time. Let me, I know I'm getting a little off track here, but But okay, I don't want to go too far off the track. Let me see if I can clean this one up and if it's worth saving. Because when they say these psalms are sung, this is the first text that I can say that they were doing this on their celebration days that they were told to. Okay, so this is telling us that they celebrated with music. Okay, that's what I'm seeing in this text. So a lot of this will never be thrown out by me, but I got to throw out what's true or what is not true. Okay, sing for joy to our Creator, not sing for joy. You would sing with, not joy, but with happiness. You're going to heaven if you obey our Creator. So you would sing about happiness. Okay, not joy. Joy is not the correct. You're more excited about going to heaven than the 1611 translators mentioned in the book. So this, whoops, I'm changing from there. Sing with happiness to our Creator, our strength. Okay. Shout joyfully to our Creator of Jacob. Now that's if we're talking about having to sing with joy or sing with happiness. They're coming out of, this was coming out of Egypt, so I don't think they really know that they're going to heaven yet. Not until David's time did they really know that they had a new song to sing. And here, let me show you that. It's interesting to see because I'm talking about singing here. And here in Psalms 149, they use the capital letters, and you'd think it is our Creator's name here, but it's not. It's this word here, Yah. Praise Yah, sing to our Lord a new song. They knew now that they were going to have a new song about salvation, okay? And it's praise his name and rejoice for their king. His name is Yah. They gave him a name Yah, okay? So when it's written down here that the name of the God of Israel, and they changed it to 2 capital letters to say that they're talking that this Yah is actually our Creator's name, but we know that specifically this is his name, that why would he have 2 names? One name. But what if I said the name of the king from Israelis? Yah. Praise Yah and sing to YV a new song about our salvation. Let us praise his name. Yah. Okay. So this is not known at that time, and if I try to make that different here, Israel. So sing with happiness to our Creator, and not strength, because we know our Creator. And shout, not joyfully. If you're shouting, you're going to shout aloud. Shout aloud to our Creator. Jacob, he already changed his name to Israel, should not be in the text. after that point. But now I have a comma, a period, a comma, a period. Raise a song. Raise a song. How about write a song? Write a song. Well, this is so far away, I can't say that it's, if it's within the shadow of that word, I'll use this. But I can't say raised as right is the correct word, so I got to say that I'm adding that word. Raise a song, comma, and strike the timbrel. Write a song, then strike the timbrel. Then, this has to be the word then. Then strike the timbrel. And with sweet sound. No, I gotta have the word and here. It's not reading. Read tastes bad if I don't do. If I leave the word then strike the timbrel with then with sweet sounds. Does it sweet though? Is it sweet sounds from a lyre? Oh, come on. We start again here. I want to make it red. From a lyre or harp. I don't think a harp is very loud by itself, and so is a lyre. From a lyre or a harp. Okay. So you wouldn't want them both being played at one time is what I'm saying. So let's do that with the period there, and I can put the comma here. Now, sweet. This is Psalm 81. Let's take a look at shout, and then bring that text up to the top. And what I've got here is sweet. Sweet sound. Yeah, see, they use two words together. And they got sweet. What I like to try to do is think if they're using the word twice. Example, if they're talking about a very rich, I would put richer or a richer rich or a rich richer. Okay, so with sounds sounding from a lyre or a harp. See how that is? Sounds sounding, which was they had there to begin. Sounds sounding. How's that? To get back to the very beginning, revealed after what, 2,400 years, maybe longer. I love saying that word, those words. Okay, this is that. So you can see why I like trying to do the two words actually meaning one word said two different ways. because a lot of people say, well, there's little markings above and that to make the difference. Yet when you point out these words to those that study the Hebrew text and I say these things, they kind of look at me like, well, I thought that that's what those things above and the markings meant. But they might be, no. It might be how you put an S on it or an ing on it, okay, for the markings. But the word is the same word. It's how that word is said with those markings. Okay, now with that, okay. It's almost like blow the horn first, then this has got to happen. Because if you have the horn blown first, that's better than this because it's the starting of the celebration. Okay, then this. Or this is one event, and then when there's no music, you can blow the horns in the celebration days, on our celebration days. Blow the horns on our celebration days, for this is a statute for Israel. Established as a testimony. I'm trying to figure out how these words are connecting because I need a comma and a period here. If I do that, I got to have a comma, and how does this next verse connect here? Because this I'm not going to use. Blow the horns on our celebration days, for this is a statute for Israel. I'm going to have to put Israelis. Israelis were the ones who are dedicated to our Creator. Jews are the opposite, okay? So you have to make a distinction within the name itself. So blow the horns on our celebration days, for this is a statute for Israel. Established, that means our Creator did this. Now, check this out. When did our Creator sound a horn? And that was when he was in the Sinai and the cloud, and he was coming down to talk to the people about you becoming a nation. And then I've got the word here wrong. It is talking about the nation Israel was being established. So this needs to be all capital letters is the way I make his nation. Whoops. In bold. A statute for Israel, and this means the nation Israel, established this. And it would be, because it's established by our Creator, this as a testimony. And it also reminds them of the horn when he announced the agreement for them and their descendants to make sure you follow the commandments or you're leaving. You're not part of his nation. So that is how I'm seeing this go together. Blow the horns on our celebration days. I could almost put Levites blow the horn, blow their horns on our soul. I think that would be better to have the Levites added because they're the ones that had the horns. Now they had horns to lead their tribe into battle. They each had their own way to communicate with the horns, so they knew what to do during battle. So this has to have the word Levites here, and I just want to make sure that that is correctly understood. So it has to be Levites blow their horns. And I'm thinking this is now Levites are to blow their horns. Blow their horns. Will I put that in there? But I really believe that has to be said for everybody to understand who was to blow their horns. If I didn't have it, I don't know if people would understand who it was that had the horns. Remember, the priests were to blow their horns when they marched around Jericho as well. So if everybody knew that, then I wouldn't have to put that in there. But for new people to understand reading a text, that's needed. Okay. On our celebration days, for this is a statute for Israel established. For this is a statute for Israel and was established as a testimony. And was established as a testimony. Okay. That's the first I ever knew that that's what was supposed to happen on the celebration days. That is new to me. And I've done this text before. I think I might have just thrown out all these words before. But I'm purposely doing this in front of everybody, whoever watches me in the future. This is why I'm doing this, is to talk it through and spend time with the words and understanding my thought process. Hear my people, I will admonish you, Israel, if you listen to me. This is where it's like our Creator speaking. Let there be no strange God among you, nor will you worship any. Okay, I need to take a screenshot of this. So I need to put this here because I'm going to use these words to show the difference in how it becomes personal with the words our Creator here for the word Elohim. And I got to make sure that that's okay. But I'm going to do it over here and make sure that I have it. Okay. And again, here. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So now I can get rid of this. Sorry about that. I just needed to do that later. But the only thing is this, hear my people, I will admonish you, Israel, if you listen to me. And it wouldn't be if you listen to me. It would be if you obey me. Not if you obey me. No, you are to obey me. Let there be no strange God among you. There was actually a law that our Creator said that if you found witchcraft, sorcery, being onto another god, you were to kill them. That's the law. So it is that you had to obey him. So if you would listen to me, that I can't use the word if, I can't use the word listen, I just have obey me. Then it would be Israel, obey me. And it'd have to be a 4 verse. And this would be like some guy talking, or like a scribe writing this. And I would have to put it over here. Get rid of this. And say, obey him. Israel is to obey him. But then I'm adding this word and this word. So am I making that verse my own? Or just trying to tell the truth out of what I can see is there? Hear me, my people. Or listen to me, my people. Israel is to obey him. And let there be no strange God among you. That's really a long verse, as you've seen up here. These are like one word, and then I'm adding a little bit, but you can see that when you see all these 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 as important words to mean here, except for like this, but that's because it's our Creator, and then our is the understanding of the word. So this would be like an important word here, an important word here. So I'm trying to, when I'm looking, I would almost have to say, let there be, comma, no strange God among you. And then I really wouldn't need the word strange if I knew that I used our Creator as Creator of everything, and he had his first, we know his first name, and a God would be their God. So let there be no God among you, not strange God. Let there be no God among you. So I'd have to get rid of the word strange. Nor worship any God. For YV is our Creator. And this would take it out of the words Oh, who brought, not you, but us, out from the land not of Egypt, for Egypt. Egypt. And then it would be a period here, and then the 3 verse would be a period and a comma. This would be a comma. So where's this? Hear my people. Let there be no God among. Yeah, I could do that because then I'm getting rid of what I wanted to create. So, and I wouldn't say here. I would say listen to me, my people. Listen, my people. Listen, my brothers. Listen to me, my brothers. I think that would be more truer. Not people. Who are you talking to about? Is the way I'm seeing or reading this and feeling how the first writer would have actually wrote the words. Hear me, my brothers. How cool is that? Listen to me, my brothers. Let no strange God. Let there be no God. Let there be no God among you, nor worship any God. For Yahweh is our creator. See, that's what I mean. When you put it into first person, this text is cool because our creator is the creator of Israel. He's the creator of everything. And he also brought us out of Egypt. So pay attention to what I'm saying here. I like that. Okay. But it's not going to go with this text above. These are going to be 2 pieces again. This is going to be a piece and another piece. Now let's see what else he's going to talk to them. But my brothers did not listen to his voice, and Israel did not obey him. Let me put brothers down here again. But wouldn't be my, it would be our, because he's speaking to many. So it'd be our brothers, some of them, because some of them remained obedient to our Creator, and others became Jews or unto another God. But our brothers, is that a 3 verse? Okay. But our brothers, this would be the statement, did not listen to, did not listen, but here it would be obey. Oops. And I've got to add this word, so this is my word. Not obey. And it wouldn't be his voice, it would be commands. It would have to be his, because it have to be his. Not his voice, not his commands, his words. His words. But our brothers did not obey his words. And now I got the word obey. I didn't see that. Not listen. Okay, so this has to be brought in. This is out. And then this, they did not listen to his words. And Israel did not obey him. Then Israel did not obey him. Now this is the nation Israel. Okay. So this is our creator that it, whoops. But here, this is Israel the nation. And that would mean I would use all small caps. And I would use it as, would I use it as bold or italic? No, these are all small caps. Did not listen to his words. Then Israel did not obey him. But our brothers, yes. Okay. Now this is odd because I know a lot of text and I can't remember too many times do we have text that talks about how they felt about Assyria taking the nation Israel as captives. So and when I tell you about a strange God or a different God, yes. Okay. Now, so I'm going to put his name here, or the way I like his name. So Yv gave them, what's a better word than over? So Yv gave up on them. I'm going to put the word up here, but not up. Gave, let me take a look at the word over. I don't think it's going to help me any. And I got to go back see which, this is Psalm 81. Okay. And this is verse 11. It's 12. Yes, 12. Over. And Yv gave, and Yv cast them off. Like I was using those words before. How come I didn't remember that? He cast them away. And Yv cast them. And Yv, no, because I got the word gave here, so that is not going to work. Yeah, he escorted them away. No. Then Yv, and here again, it's two Hebrew words together. Gave and gave up, or is gave to So YV gave to give them up. No. Sent. If the word sent is used 420 times, and sending and send away 39 times, that's a lot of times. That's telling me the word is more to the word sent, not gave. So if I go here and look for the G's and look for gave over, only used once. And we found it. Okay. So YV sent them away. That's the text on how I'm going to get back to the truth here. YV sent. Sent and sending. YV sent and sending. YV sent. Trying to figure out how I use the words. I sent to send them away. No, I'm still using the word away. No, that's not good. I'm trying to get away from that. So I have to use away here. That's just so I can keep going here. Did not obey him. Not word. So I bet you the word so is used as the word then, though. We'll see if that word so, it's not even important, according to Strong. So I'm going to use the word then because it took him many years, like 200 years before he decided that, okay, not enough of them are actually paying attention. Then YV sent them away for the stubbornness in their heart. And their heart's got to be more than one. In their hearts. Oh, I wanted to make that a color. I didn't want to. I was looking for that, but I got to do this first. For the stubbornness in their hearts and their walking, or are they living? Let's go over here. Walk. Departed 55 times. For the stubbornness in their hearts, they departed by their own counsel. I like counsel. And I like departed. And they, okay. I hope I can remember it that quickly. I'm going to put counsel here first. There. By their own counsel. By their own I'm just looking to see if there's only 2 words there, so counseled, their own counseling, I guess is what I'm looking for. Maybe I got that wrong until I figure out the rest of it. This was departed. For the stubborn of his heart, they departed by their own counseling. They departed from him I want to say by here, but it seems like there's missing here. There's something missing in this. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to do a quick cleanup. I don't know how many more words I got. I don't have many, but this does help me get a mindset as far as what group needs to be here and what doesn't. Because I'm thinking these are 2 pieces. Oops. Sing with happiness to our Creator and shout aloud to our Creator. Could be then shout. Sing with happiness to our Lord. And I think the word then should be here. Then shout. Because you probably... not everybody can sing, so the rest of us have to shout. I don't know. Okay, that was about as funny as I get. So then shout. Whoops. Then shout aloud to our Creator. For the rest of us, they can't sing anyway. Sing with happiness to our Creator, then shout to our Creator. Or write a song, and I'm going to have to put the word or here. Or write a song and strike the timbrel, then with sounds sounding from a lyre or a harp. Levites are to blow their horns on our celebration days, for this is a... See, that's... I know these are going to go together. Levites are to blow their horns on our celebration days, but this is a statute for Israel and was established as a testimony. So sing with your happiness to our... Like this verse goes first, because then it's like the announcing the celebration is going to start. And they would probably do this in the evening when the sun isn't hot. So maybe this is what's happening in the evening time. So this would be a good beginning to announce to everybody that's not yet gathered for the celebration as a group, because they, you got to remember, when our Creator led them out of the Sinai, he then assigned by the birthrights the firstborn from Israel. The first three sons are supposed to camp around his tent for meeting with him, 3 on the south, and then 3 on the east or west, I don't know which, and then there would be 3 in the north side. Okay. Now, that is also how they would find their priest when they would end up going to figure out how to make an atonement for their sin. And let me see here. I want to show you something else that's unique here. Here. I just told you 3 sons, the last 3, this would be Joseph, and the north. The first 3 on the south, then 3 here. I don't know if it's the east or west. And then it's these 3, because these guys were supposed to be there, but they're supposed to be replacing Levites. So actually, but the only thing is this order here that you're seeing and what I've just told you, they could not change. These guys that are correct in moving the text all over the place. So when you want to study Jacob's children or sons, you have to pay attention to this that has not changed since Joshua passed out the land, and he did it by the way they encompassed around his tent. So when, even at the house, when it was built, they were to come around his house or his tent and live by tribes. So when their priest announced it, they were to gather in these groups around them, in their own groups, and this is a congregation as well. But you got to understand the words that are in the text to know all that. And just like I said, that's how they also knew where to go to get to which priest to make their atonement for not obeying one of the 12. So with all that, that's how they're celebrating, okay? For you to understand how they're celebrating. Okay, now these, I think that was before it. But this text, this is a 3 verse, this is 3 verse. This is a 3 verse, and they're grouping together like this. God, then our Creator, who He is, who you're not supposed to be to. And then our brothers did not listen to Him, and then He sent them away. So that's a good grouping, okay? And then it would be, and I like to try to represent it that way in the text. And then this has to be a period. But this is just, I can finally disconnect that. I've had that connect. I have an iPad that I use to quickly go back and forth and grab text that I can present. It's kind of neat. So it's a program called Touch Portal for if you guys are going to stream. It's really nice to be able to sit there and just touch and it pops up on the screen. Okay, so That is a second section, and he's talking about their hearts burn. But now the story is what? That my people would not listen to me and walk my own ways. That's been said. So that can't be repeated. I would quickly subdue their enemies. Those who hate Yahweh would pretend obedience to him, and their time of punishment will be. Yeah, that's missing too much. They added the word punishment. That's adding to the text, like what I don't want to do. That would to be make it theirs, of what they're talking about. You would have to get rid of these words to put in punishment forever. So I would quickly subdue their enemies and turn my hand against their adversaries. He subdued our enemies and turned his hand against. He was never for their adversaries, so that doesn't read right. And turn my hand against. They're not their adversaries. They're always the enemy. Those who don't obey our Creator, the invaders, are trying to take over his nation. So they're the enemy. They aren't adversary. So, but this is like those people were starting to go against him among them onto another god. Would pretend obedience, just like the text that's corrupt. The scribes and stuff are changing the text so much that I know Jesus is asking the people, or some of them, who are they saying is the son from David? How do they? Because he's talking that I'm supposed to have a kingdom in heaven. He's teaching that, and how do the Jews teach the son from David? And they teach him as a conquering king on and that's who they're still waiting for. So I don't like enough of this to say keep that. That I can find in many other verses anyway. This, I know, is it connecting to that? No, if he's already sent them away, and this text is already zipped together, so this is not worth keeping. And what we have here are these words. But who would say these words? Who would write such words? Whoops, this is in the one. What? Then shout. Or right. I gotta get the word or here. Let me just grab this. And then I can come all the way down here and clean this up. I don't have to do all this, and I can get rid of this and this. Whoops. and this, and this. But this is a different, this is going to be 2 pieces. And I tell you what, this being this descriptive here, when I put those pieces from all over, this is going to fit real good. This is going to fit real good. I just hope I find other 3-verse text that this will just slip right in there, right where the words. Okay. Psalm 78. When I was doing that a couple days ago, it took me like 2 days, 9 hours to do that one because it was like 60 some verses. And to move the text around in order was a mess. But the thing here was a consistent story. This seems to be that consistent story. Let me, so I gotta jump way back here. So I want to see this. What was it? Yeah, this was where. Because that's what happened. See, they give them away to Assyria, and they went as captive people, and then there was nothing. And then there was like a section here missing. And this is a 4-verse. This is not a 2-verse. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. So that was a plan that blew up. Okay. But how do I do this as 2 pieces? But who would write this? This could be written by a scribe. Listen to me, my brothers. This would be a prophet. A prophet would be the one that going out and announcing what's going on. So this is words from a prophet. Okay. That's one. Okay. And this is a scribe writing part of what I would call a law or a statute. That's what I'm seeing here. Who would do that? Moses didn't write any of the books, obviously. I mean, he knew how to speak Egyptian really well. But our Creator sent Aaron to Moses. So when he went before the 12 tribes, Aaron was explaining to the 12 tribe leaders what Moses was saying in Egypt, in the Egyptian, what was going on. Because when you got to think of who is Aaron now. Aaron was able to walk into the king's palace of Egypt. So he had to be his liaison or his ambassador or whatever kind of, or governor for the slaves. And he could speak 2 languages. But Moses, he didn't want to mince any words. He was going to talk to him in his own language to get the words across to Pharaoh. But if he couldn't talk to the 12 tribe leaders without Aaron explaining, and then they really weren't really believing him. So that's when he dropped his staff to the ground, kind of like, okay, that's coming from our Creator. Okay, yeah, we agree now. But they weren't convinced of him. So you can never say that Moses wrote anything in Hebrew. Just for that fact of what I'm trying to say here, who would have wrote for him? This would have been Aaron's words. These could be written by, I'm going to put it that way, written by Aaron. Because he was there until they started going to the Amaleks, and it was in the Sinai that Aaron was, when they started traveling, after everything was set up. So these could have been actually words written by Aaron. And that's cool. That is really, really cool. Because I've got words that I know that certain kings could only say. And that's unique. But I think I've got that down to where, I like that. Sometimes this is the greatest part of my day, is figuring out who, especially like that, when it comes down to, Aaron. Anyways, now it's 5:30 my time. 4.5 hours. Let me take a quick, this is one's going to be quick. So let me get this up here, and let me get this set up. Let me go over here. Okay, here's the word Most High. So we get to talk about either Jesus or the Highest High. So, and then bold red. This goes here and here. Okay. Oh. I'm just glancing over. I can see I didn't do gods here. But I'm betting it's L, like in the last time. So, all right. Being I'm going to cut this up. All right. This is going to be Psalm 9, let me start over. This will be Psalm 82, and I'm going to do like what I'm saying up here. I'm going to find the first writer's formats, and I'm going to find them by breaking them down as small as verses and then grouping them into paragraphs. And you got to understand that the words in the parentheses were text that was found and added after the 1611 Bible was made. I don't know what year they started doing that, but I know that I had a Bible that was in 1860 Bible or something like that, and it had them in there. So sometimes whenever they did it, but they're wrong. Because a psalm is what I'm going to find. I'm going to find these. These are psalms, a group of words written in a certain format, like a period, comma, period, and then one paragraph is going to add to another paragraph. That's going to become a larger paragraph when they look together, and that's how I'm going to group them. or that's how they wrote. And you don't see that right now, obviously. And that's the uniqueness of what I'm doing here in trying to show and prove that these beautiful words from the witnesses of our Creator and how they wrote, because this is going to be, it's a very sophisticated writing when you see it. So let me pull up something to show you how confusing it can be. Can be like this, but when it's done, that's just beautiful words of a style that nobody writes to even today. In Asia, they have this 3-verse writing, and they call it something. I can't remember what it is, but the Hebrews did it first. Okay, that I know of. Because, example, I went to, well, I can't say that. When you go through other religion books, and this is not a religion, you have a belief. Those are religions. And example, one of the holiest writings in Buddhism is called the Diamond Sutras. And they're just like paragraphs of words, but what I did was I broke them down into the single sentences, and they look something like this. They had their own style, but it does look like a poetry format. And you can actually find, out of all 10 of them, somebody added a complete verse, because when you read them, you kind of like, whoa, that doesn't read like the same writer who wrote these. And then in the Taoism religion, or way, I would say Taoism is a way of life, not a religion. It's a way of life. And the I Ching is is different than anything else that you can. They literally wrote what was happening, that they were seeing on the days of the years of the months over thousands of years. Okay, that's how that book is written. That's up there. Now, but they have a Tao Te Ching. The Tao Te Ching, I went and grabbed, and that's quite a big book. I went and grabbed the first like paragraph of each one, and I did find they had a like style, but not as sophisticated as what you're seeing here. But just to let you know that when you go looking, say, hey, what about the Quran? Forget it. But that's the thing. And just like, what is it? The Jews have the Talmud now. And that one's, you can see them praising the female goddess. But let me get on with this one. Our Creator takes his stand in our own congregation. Boy, I didn't know that word was coming up, but you now know what that word means. He judges, oh, that was the last psalm. Sorry about that. He judges in the midst of the rulers. That's trying to make sense of what that's being said as. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Now that's a quick change. Vindicate the weak and fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and destitute. Rescue the weak and needy. Deliver them out of the hand of the wicked. And you can see how many words that are being put into this one. So, like I was telling you, that I try to keep just a 2, but look at how many there are here. So this, if this becomes a format, this would be a different style of this writer, and it would, and if I find others like this, which I haven't found, this would make this writer easily to say that this other text or this text was all written by him. So they do not know, nor did they understand. They talk about in darkness all the foundations. Okay, all the foundations of the earth are shaken. This, we know, is not something that's the foundations of the earth, okay? Almost a flat land view. And when I said Ra, the sun god, they had a flat world view. Okay, so the foundations of the earth were shaken. Just to let you know what's going on back then, that's how they did see it as. But that's really old. That has to come from after the flood, when the knowledge was just wiped out. Because our creator flooded the world by raining a lot. It didn't go all the way up and cover all the mountains. There's 2 stories, and you'll find that the one that's you could trust the most is that it rained for like 150 days, causing this great flood all the way around the earth. And we have found, I don't know if you know this or not, but the Mediterranean, what we call sea, was not there before, because they've been to the floor of the Mediterranean, and they have a river down there, and they've got structures of man-made buildings down there. So when the great flood happened around the world, what is by Gibraltar had broke free, and the ocean come filling in. So the ocean height was a little bit larger, and then filled up the Mediterranean. But so just an idea of what's going on that I know of that's in the text. I said you are gods, and you are the sons of the highest. Nevertheless, you will die like men and fall like any one of the princes. I think I was stuck on the word any. Like, why'd they add that in one of the princes? You'll fall like any one of the princes. Okay, that's obviously out. Arise, greater, judge the earth, for it is you who did possess. For it is you who did possess all the nations. Our Creator created everything, so he didn't possess anything. It's his. This is odd. So I'm going to say that's no good. Okay. Now we got these gods in here. And let me look up this word God here. This is the next psalm, so let me go over here. Is this 82? Yeah, 82:6. I need more. Right here. No, it's Elohim. That shocks me. That shocks me. But let's see. We found one of the 204 that used as gods. So I'm not as smart as I thought I was here. So this has to be Elohim. You are now creators. Well, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. You are creators. Which you do create children. And all of you are sons of the Most High. Okay. Our Creator takes his stand in his own congregation. And judges in the midst of the rulers. I don't think any of that's true. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that's not true. How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Does this verse go with this down here? And it would be our judges and rulers would be then being asked the question, our judges and rulers, how long will you judge? Whoops, I went too far here on that one. Our judges and rulers, how long will you judge unjustly and show? That would be, I think that would be close to being able to say it was a 4 verse. I'm trying to see if I can get rid of the word how long. Our judges and rulers, will you judge? You are judging unjustly and showing a partiality to the wickedness. So that goes out. You are to vindicate the weak and the fatherless. And do justice and bring justice to the afflicted. This would not be, they don't become before the judge. So our judges and rulers, you are not judging, you are judging unjustly and showing partiality to the wicked. You are to vindicate the weak. You are to vindicate the weak and fatherless. Well, I don't need the word fatherless here because vindicating the weak would take care of the fatherless anyways. So this, and then, okay, and you rescue the weak. Not the needy would be weak, so don't need those. Rescue the weak and deliver them from the wicked. Vindicate the weak. I don't like the word do justice. It's like bring justice and bring justice. But when I'm adding that word, then this becomes like this. And then I have to use the word destitute. Vindicate the weak and bring justice to the afflicted and destitute. Rescue the weak and deliver them from the wicked. Trying to see how these verses, because these two verses hook together, and bring justice to the afflicted and destitute. This is connecting to this. So how is this supposed to connect? Is it this is a period? Oops, is a period and then this is a comma? And you are judging unjustly. Period. You are judging. Our judges and rulers are judging unjustly. They show partiality. They show, yeah, I guess I need the word partiality, but they show partiality to the wicked. And not vindicate the weak. Because that's how, if that's going to connect, I need and not. And not vindicating the weak. And then that's a 4-verse. They are to bring justice. Okay. Oops. They are to bring justice to the afflicted and destitute and rescue the weak by delivering by delivering them from wickedness. And I'm going to say that's mine now. I need it too. But there's a 4 verse and there's a 4 verse. And then it's going to get really lousy. But that is going to be a group. But that's how it's done. Okay. It took me a second because it's kind of like if you change the small words first, you start bringing out the other words that are needed there. So, they do not know, nor do they understand. They walk about in darkness. They say you are God. Yeah, I see that. They say. And where's my mind starting to be able to write it this way? Well, let me show you how corrupt it got when they started going on to another god and goddess. That we have text from Malachi that Judah the nation married the daughter of a foreign god. And then in Jeremiah, the very end of the nation of Judah, you can see that our forefathers, our kings, and our princes, and this right here would be priests, leaders, and judges. See that? But these leaders, they were all doing this, burning sacrifices, pouring out libations, and confirming their vows to them. But the object is it got pretty bad because they were onto the Queen of Heaven. So the text here is telling us what they were doing to well, maybe I'm just thinking that it belongs really good with some other text, but the object here is that's a 4 verse. This is now starting to be a 3 verse, but this is what they would have been doing at that time. They were just like what's going on here in the United States. Everybody don't care about being lawful, and got things going crazy. I'm not familiar with other countries and the news in their countries, but this is kind of strange happening in America. So they do not know, they do not believe him. They do not know, nor they do understand. I'm trying to, because this is telling me that this verse connects to this verse. And if that's true, then it's the next verse that there's got to be a verse here that's missing for a 4 verse. Because it does, they do not know, nor do they understand. See, that's how they're connected. They walk about in darkness. With an evil practice. And these are going to be added completely. But I just showed you why I would add that. Judah married the daughter of a foreign god. That is an evil practice. That practice is where you meditate to have a sex with a so-called female goddess. and that's what's hidden from you. You don't know that. So, but I got to bring that up to say that's why the words were married the daughter of a foreign god. It means more than what you're thinking it does, because you can't marry the daughter and not the Ra, the sun god. So let's see. Here's some ancient symbols of Ra, the sun god, and the moon tied together. See that? The daughter is symbolized with the moon goddess, and actually the Hebrew, where is it? And then in the Hebrew text, there are 3 names for these daughters. They aren't Phoenician. They're coming from Egypt, okay? This is way too old. But let's put it this way. You've seen that crescent moon. Well, here they got Mary represented as the female goddess. And these angels are supposed to be holding a mercy seat, so they've changed everything around this. This is a Roman image of her that the Israelis brought up from the Mediterranean Sea when they've been discovering oil down there in their land. So they're trying to make Mary this female goddess here. In the triple moon goddess, I just showed you there are 3 names, but that are in the Hebrew text. Okay. They say you are gods, and I'm going to leave it as gods and get rid of this. Even though I know it's Elohim, it goes to the definition that we're talking about pagan gods, okay? And they say you are gods, and you, and all of you are sons of their and here I'm going to put highest high, because I'm going to show you something about these 2 words. Now, this word most high, when I show you this in the text, is 2 words. See, Elon, and then it's only used as highest high 31 times. And they've got it like it's supposed to mean the word high, a name of God. Well, that's not the name of God. It's a title, and the word title, and the word God is a title. But anyways, you're now seeing that I could use the one word as highest high. So this becomes saying you are God's, period. They're the highest high. Nevertheless, you're going to die like men. So this, and fall like any one of the princes. Okay, we know all that's added, but they do not know, nor do they understand For they walk. I wouldn't say the word about. So let me see if the word about is actually in the text. Does Strong feel it's an important word? No, he does not. Neither do I. They walk in darkness with an evil practice. They say you are gods, and all of you are sons. They don't say, they tell you. They tell you. And that's what I was mentioning about before, because they're in and there's contending with them. They're arguing that don't believe in a living creator created everything. We know by our meditation practice that we can have a soul and we're going to ascend to be like one of the stars. So they are telling you, they tell you are gods. They tell you are gods. They tell you are gods. I don't care about that red line. They tell you are gods, and all of you are. That's not they. It's mankind. Mankind. Now, under this practice of the female goddess, that once a year, this is what happens to a male. That's right. This is on the Vatican wall, in the corner hiding, okay? But when you see the female goddess on the Super Bowl time, and the song is One World and Two People, those that know about this and don't know. So what happens to a male's maleness? Can you guess what happens? Yep, retracts inside the body. That is the sign of the beast, okay? Not the number 666. This is the sign of the beast, that these people are not believers of our Creator. Now, for a female, her rosebud becomes thin and long like a sword. And you learn that in the text of Ezra, or Esther. But mankind tells you, comma, and then it's going to be, you are gods like them. You are gods like mankind tells, tells you you are gods Now, if I put her name in here, you are gods by one of those names, and all of you are then sons of our highest high. See that? That's, you might not understand what I'm doing, but I know what's going on here. Mankind tells you you are gods. Well, I don't want to put it here. Although, let me just get rid of this. You are gods, and I got to break up the red, so let me just grab some text here. You are gods by Ashereth. I'm pretty sure that's one of the names here. Ashereth. I took the O out. And I'll put the O in. Okay. Because you have to see her to have that practice. That's just what happens. You are gods by Ashereth. Then all of you are sons to this would be our highest I, and that would be the sun god Ra. So I know that was quite a lot to learn in what was being said, but that's what the text needs to be done. And these are the guys that I'm getting rid of, so I have to understand who they are. And so do you to understand to trust me with the words. So now come up here, and this now let me push it down past this. Put a space here. And then, was there two? No. And then there's this type of spacing that I like to put in to there, and then one here. Are judges and rulers. Are judges and priests, not rulers. Okay, and I'm going to show you why the word priest is correct here. Timeline. This king here, Manasseh, made an idol of his female goddess that he was meditating onto and placed it inside the house of our creator in his meeting room. He also had an altar to make sacrifices to the horse gods. Okay, so you understand what hinds feet mean now when I say horse gods. So the priests had to be corrupt for that to happen. Okay? So now you know that these guys were in power, and they started collecting all the good writings of the hidden formats that I'm showing you of the first writers and destroying them, and now making what we call the manuscripts that are supposed to be so important to understand how to have a sharing of a heavenly nature, as the 1611 preface guys write it. So the thing there is that's when the text you now know is really been corrupted and starting from then. And then I'm thinking there's like 200 years before Jesus appears that they got to go into. Let's see. It's about 40 years, then Daniel is sent back to start it. So another, say, 150 years of their corruption, but still people living on. Because when you look at timelines, look how bad Israel was as a kingdom here. All these years, and you can see that it's over 200 years. You can see here 200 years, or no, 100 years. So when I'm saying it's 200 years, that's a good possibility before Jesus comes. So that's my thinking and understanding, but it's the priest here. So let me put the priest back up here at the top. Then come down here and clean it up. Our judges and priests are judging unjustly. They show partiality. No, it's not priest. Our judges and lawyers are judging unjustly. Our judges and lawyers. Well, that didn't last very long, and all my explanation. Oh, well. I want to be truthful, though. Our judges and lawyers are, yeah, I got it spelled wrong here, though. Our judges and lawyers are judging unjustly. They show partiality to the wicked by not vindicating, by not vindicating the weak. They are to bring justice to the afflicted and destitute, and rescue the weak by delivering them from wickedness. They do not know, nor do they understand, for they walk in darkness with an evil practice. Mankind tells you, you are gods by Ashtaroth. Then all of you are sons to their highest high. It's got to be there. Got to go back to there. Their highest high. And that is a cleanup right there. I can get rid of that and then blow it up and take a snapshot. And I'm going to call it a day. But let me get that a little larger. And got to make sure the cursor's out of the way. Sometimes I look at the snapshot I took later and got that, and there's a lot of work in editing just to get rid of that little cursor. But that text, now who would have wrote that? Who is writing this? Because I showed you the king where it was at, there is only Isaiah and, well, it could have, okay, the King Manasseh, he actually, you don't have a book by this prophet, but his name is Uriah. And what he did was he was sent to Manasseh by our Creator, and he was threatened that he's going to kill him. So he took off after he delivered the message and went to Egypt, and he sent messengers back. So maybe these could be his words to him about what is going on. Okay, could be him. It could be Isaiah. It could be Jeremiah. Words from Uriah, Isaiah, Jeremiah. Well, I'm not going to say Jeremiah. I think it was before that. I'm going to put or. And that is now the keeper. And I guess I'm going to now close it down. So I appreciate those that are viewing, and I hope you've learned something, and I hope you tell other people to come listen to this weirdo that proclaims, and I do declare, our Creator made me see him 8 times. That's why I know the text as well as I do. He has given me all the answers to corrected for Jesus's prophecy to exist in your days. Because Jesus' prophecy says that a helper is going to come and he's going to tell the true truths about Jesus. And here I'm telling you the history, what happened and why his people fell away and what our Creator did to them. So with that, I'm going to stop on Kick and then here in YouTube. So have a great evening. But you know what? There's a bug going on here, so it's not shutting down.